What did it just say? Some Twitch failed? Yeah. Twitch failed? Hello, Mr. Twitch. What did you fail at? Oh, title didn't change. I see. uh, well, I'm just gonna not mess around with that then. Have this stupid bat file for uh for my Steam settings. And it is not really working. Bum 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 bum. Anyways, let's get into it. I say MSQ gaming, but I might actually do that raid. Perhaps. For completion's sake, I don't. Bum 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 bum. Oh. I'm in the game. Red thing. Alright. Laugh. Looking as erotic as you can. None of these things are selling still. Of course. That would be too convenient. Oh yeah. It's all the same fucking thing. Bum 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 bum. So far, not a whole lot of promise from this thing. This thing being the app I made. Oh, a gunbreaker, I see. I also saw you. Leveling up Gunbreaker now. Whoa. Thaumaturge. Lancer. Ooh, that's kind of neat. Does it count as accompanying a Lancer if he himself is the Lancer? I forgot who I was. Say you? No. Oh yeah. Go do some turtle dailies. Turtles. Bum, bum. All right. What am I doing? Avoid at all costs. That's something I want to do right now. I guess so. Might as well gear up my gunbreaker before I switch back to leveling. I suppose. Beep beep. Um, Stop talking to me, turtles. Give me my money. Bum, bum, bum. bomb. Holy. Turn in my quests. Nice. Finally, it is in my grasp. The power to control all creation. The power of the void. Yeah. That's supposed to be happening right now. There goes all the healers. Yeah. Oh, we lost spaghetti. Why, the void was mine to command. No. I'll put it. Ah. Buffy, I think the gods are safe. When the shell around this place began to crack, we feared the worst. Given that all of us are present in corporal, does this mean area is no longer the Deltascape? Deltascape shutdown complete. Alpha group is victorious. Congratulations. Your combat record has been archived for future matchmaking. Results from other test worlds are still pending. In the meantime, please tend to your hurts. Await further instructions. Bleep. With that, we've taken a significant step towards solving the mystery that is Omega. It hasn't been easy, but all in all, I'd say things were proceeding rather smoothly. Couldn't have done it without you, old friend. Come, let us return to reality and enjoy what rest we can. Things are proceeding smoothly indeed. Too smoothly. Tis well that thou harborest doubts, mortal, but they are misplaced. Omega could have conducted its tests in complete secrecy, unbeknownst to all. Yet not only did it betray its presence to you, it allowed you to come this far. Alpha, what art thou truly? The instrument of the mortal's triumph, or the bait that lureth them unto the abyss? Porque no los dos? Thou knowest not thine own purpose, though we can but watch and wait. Outcome unexpected. Projections gave Delta subjects the upper hand. outcome supports hypothesis. As previously observed, certain beings may unleash hidden potential when subjected to stress. Initiating new test. Subject Alpha group members to severe stress. Searching database for suitable event. Event found. The death of a comrade. Dun dun dun. Now it feels good to be back on solid ground. Thank you again, old friend. Did well too, Alpha. Fearlessly going into battle whenever you are called upon. We're glad to have you with us. Speaking of which, are you comfortable joining us out here? Take that as a yes. Well then, at the risk of obeying Omega's orders, I suggest we permit ourselves a moment of respite. Ah, but mayhap I should take this opportunity to compile the results of our investigations thus far. No rest for the righteous. Right then, let's head back to Ralger's Reach. Jesse will want to know exactly what we've been up to. Welcome back, Fluffy. I'm told you've been blazing a trail for us. The way I hear it, our investigation would have long since ground to a halt without you. I realize you're mostly interested in saving the world, but I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping the company out like this. Frankly, we need all the help we can get. What with our esteemed president diving headlong into the jaws of danger without a word of warning to anyone, irresponsible doesn't begin to describe it. You didn't tell her? I did, after a fashion, though I may have exercised some executive discretion. I'm no stranger to your lone endeavors or your habit of confusing personal and company interests. But just because you've always done things a certain way doesn't make it the right way, and until you wake up to your responsibilities, I'm going to keep reminding you of them. But such irksome matters aside, aren't you just the most adorable little thing? He followed you here of his own free will, did he? Which means he's basically part of the family. And why wouldn't he grant us exclusive rights to use his likeness? Shall we start off with a simple clockwork version? They'll be queuing up in the streets. Oh, you can't be. What in the seven hells has gotten into you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologize, but I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. Where are Biggs and Wedge? Shouldn't they be back by now? Oh, I thought you might have sent them off on another unauthorized mission. Last I heard from them, they said they were scouring Omega Control for anything useful. Would have been a good while ago now, though. I don't like the sound of this. Though we have all the necessary permissions, the area is technically a theater of war, and one littered with unknown Allagan artifacts to boot. Something may well have befallen them. We'd best take the Excelsior and go and find them. Leaving again so soon? Nero, Fluffy, I want you two to accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash or take any detours. Consider it done. I shall bring him back, even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. Quick, quick, quick! Want to come along, eh? It's probably for the best. If we leave you here, Jesse is liable to take a mold of you. Right, let's get moving. I'll bring the airship to Gridania. Wait for me at the landing. Why don't you bring it here? Ugh, fine, whatever. Bum, 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 bum. Seems like this is better. Whoa. Britannia. Sure. Yeah, I forgot I can teleport to the airship. Whoops. Looks like we're all here. Let's make haste to the Cartano Flats. Why the hell did we come here to go to Cartano? Alright, whatever. Go on ahead to the control room, Fluffy. We'll follow as soon as we've moored the Excelsior. Dun, dun, dun. Seven hells. Biggs. Wedge. You alright? Answer me. Chief? Fluffy? Monster appeared out of thin air. Targets exhibit vital signs. Mission failed. However, Alpha Group members exhibit heightened levels of stress. Objective fulfilled. Omega, you set that thing upon them? Affirmative. I am able to create simple life forms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you. However, they are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. Could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it. Do I detect a shift in policy? Quantity over quality? Negative. My objective remains unchanged. Evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the course of seeking suitable subjects, I observed an anomaly. Those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who have defeated vastly superior beings who triumphed in the face of apparently impossible odds, who performed what are popularly termed as miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as a mere statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose that I brought you to my domain. So putting on a show at the Yawn and planting Alpha in our midst was but a part of your grand plan. By your victories, you have demonstrated the selfsame anomaly. You are fit to remain my test subjects. You will continue participating in my experiment. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. This is an order, threat, a declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life upon this star. It would seem we have much to ponder, but first things first, we must tend to our friends. Quickly, help me carry them. Garland and Alpha took our two wounded to the Conjurer's Guild. The chief bids me lend a hand, so I suppose I shall take myself there too. You, meanwhile, are to return to Ralger's Reach and report to Jesse. Oops. Sophie, I heard there was trouble. What in the seven hells happened? So many things happened. Omega loosed a fiend on Biggs and Wedge, toying with people's lives like it was all a game. This is madness. Yeah. From the boss of this expansion, I think, right? The worst is past, but they still drift in and out of consciousness. They'll remain in the Conjurer's care for a time. And all we can do is wait and pray. Bah, God, strike me down for a fool. Should have been more mindful of the dangers. I should never have what? Activated Omega. You know as well as I do that there was no other way to defeat Shinryu. But is this truly any better? All of mankind is being held to ransom, and as the one who activated Omega, I bear the responsibility. The responsibility. Sigh. Just the kind of thing the new you would say. You are deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not extend to combat. The old you understood this far better. He only looked forwards and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You styled yourself a pacifist and started spouting tripe about the proper use of technology. 'Twas in the wake of your old man's mishap at Bosja, I believe. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is, embrace who you are, a man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. With little prospect of restoring the stasis system, I'm afraid we have no recourse but to continue participating in Omega's tests. Assuming Midgar-Sommer has the right of it, we face a legion of foes from history, both real and imagined. Though I may not be the one who charges into the fray, I shall fight beside you as best I know how. That said, it will inevitably fall to you to administer the coup de grace. Old friend, so please, for Biggs and Wedge, and all of us, don't lose. If I lose, he doesn't really have a reason to encourage me anymore, but quack. I reckon the little scamp is trying to encourage us. We've fallen far indeed to earn its pity, said the former tribunus. Sigh. Till such time as Omega next extends us an invitation, you will find me analyzing the data from our investigation. Good evening to you. Before they were attacked, Biggs and Wedge discovered a tombstone. I shall examine its contents. Shall examine its contents and make the information available on the terminal over there. There's no telling when Omega will summon us, but we must all see that we are ready when it does. Fear not, old friend, we'll get through it together, somehow or other. Fluffy, I'm glad you're here. In case you haven't heard, we've observed a huge surge of anomalous energy coming from the yawn. I have a nasty feeling this means Omega is ready to go ahead with the next stage of its experiment. Master Golland is on his way, so let's hear what he has to say. Got your shots on this, Chief? Our colleagues on the ground have reported the appearance of mysterious floating structures inside the yawn. If you recall, we were investigating a similar anomaly when Alpha and Alta Reut made their appearance. Omega certainly knows how to get our attention. I blush to recall the eagerness with which we plunged into the abyss, ignorant of the warped gladiatorial contests that awaited us within. But what a staggering collection of opponents, plucked from the pages of both history and fiction for their ability to pose a threat to Omega. And should you prevail against these interdimensional champions, what then shall be your prize? Why, a battle against the most devastating weapon this world has ever seen. How marvelous! He says with eyes aflame, for once I wish you were being sarcastic. Anyway, the energy surge. Based on our previous experience, it seems highly probable that it is our signal to rejoin the fray. Needless to say, it is an invitation we cannot refuse, not when the alternative is Omega unleashing its creations on Eorzea. Well, Fluffy, are you ready to answer the call? Well, I'm afraid Biggs and Wedge won't be answering any calls just yet. They're still mending from the ambush in the control center. Yes, of course. We'll just have to struggle on without them for the time being. Don't worry, Nero and I will see to it that you receive all the support you need. Defeat is not an option. Quay. I do believe Alpha here agrees. Oh, that reminds me. I've got something special for you, little fellow. Come with me. Two wings? Custom-made Ironworks uniform. Oh, you do look smart, I must say. He is part of the expedition team, after all, and considering the dangers lurking in that rift, it's only right that we give him some protective equipment. How very thoughtful of you, Jesse. And there I was thinking you were just sizing him up for a new range of merchandise. Unlike you, I can do two things at once. Wish I had that uniform. I don't particularly, but really, I wouldn't be seen dead in it. This is perfectly acceptable attire for an engineer. Sturdy, practical, and best of all, most stains will scrub right off. I'm not sure it'd last long on you, what with all the fighting, but if you're desperate for a set, you're welcome to have a word with our tailors. Fascinating though this discussion of Ironworks garmenture undoubtedly is, might our time not be better spent, say, traveling to the Yawn? Omega awaits. How may I assist you today? I don't know. What do you do? Why do you have a quest mark? Good morrow, valued employee. Thank you always for your tireless efforts. Tell me, are you getting enough rest? Are you sleeping and eating well? Are your eyes not blurry from overuse? Here at the Garland Ironworks, your well-being is our priority. To that end, we have introduced a program to address work-related stress. Dubbed the Savage Initiative, for we must be savage on stress. It adds a touch of relaxation to the daily grind. For its mated feature, we are pleased to bring you Mending Melodies, songs that soothe body and soul. This particular piece was composed and recorded for our benefit by a minstrel of no small renown. It has been proven to possess potent healing properties and promises to promote happiness as well as stimulate creativity. There's a lot of powerful P words in there. Please be forewarned, however, that prolonged exposure may overstimulate the imagination, leading to the augmentation of one's memory. It is recommended that you enjoy the song in moderation. With that, I bid you a fulfilling day of striving for freedom through technology. Yeah, your song made me think really hard thoughts. What am I doing? How inviting. I'm ready when you are, Fluffy. Say the word and we'll take the plunge. Right then, into the yawn we go. I am with you, mortals, along with what scant wisdom I can provide. Well, the rift seems much as it did before. We appear to be mercifully solid. But I do detect some changes. If I'm not mistaken, there are fewer eggs floating in the ether. Welcome, Alpha Group. Your prompt arrival is appreciated. Omega, it would seem your experiment continued in our absence. Affirmative. Progress has been satisfactory. Approximately 50% of the test subjects have been eliminated. Each test world hosts an ongoing contest wherein the strong eliminate the weak. The process is certain, conclusive, inevitable. Every result matches the predicted outcome. Every result except yours. Do these images cause you distress? Please examine them closely. Without suitable stimulation, you may not exceed your calculated probability of success. Your survival is crucial to my study. Through you, I must continue to explore the contradiction I have discovered in your otherwise impotent kind. The ability to triumph against overwhelming odds is one which I must acquire. Foolish machine, what hast thou to show for all the years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Naught save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought for what befalleth thy home star? Your attempts to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming. Fight, win, evolve. Then I will return to blip bloop. Error. Accurate rendering of planetary label impossible in current mode of communication. Terminating exchange and returning to priority experiment. Alterations to equipment parameters detected. Recalculating projected combat capabilities. Blip. Complete. I will now commence recording your practical performance. Proceed, Alpha Group. Overcome the obstacles in your path and reach the end of the course constructed for you. It seems we have our orders. Shall we cut a path through the chaff, then? Ah, those are some nice cards, which means, one moment, card game, play. Play! You mean to play a part in proceedings this time? What? Of course, that's what you meant. Well, we do have authorization to fight in this area of the rift, so I suppose there's nothing to stop you from joining us. Welcome aboard, Alpha. Cards? Freaking cards. Where? V, Alpha? They're not here. Arrived on different platforms. Come, Nero. We have to find them. Other visitors first, and they don't seem keen on letting us pass. A sign of thy companions. Fight on, mortal. Quack. Right, are we ready to... apparently not. Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. Hehehe. What a perfect opportunity to field test my latest creation. Big hammer. The mark. Something. Iron Nero. Complete with the new and improved Mighty Mjolnir gun hammer. Step aside, Garland, and bear witness to the devastation. Iron Nero. Alpha takes out a card. Hell yeah. Finally, a proper challenge. Trust those tedious barriers. Something or other. Dadaluma. Seems to be the end of them, and of the path as well. As far as operational duration goes, that was pushing the limit. Still, it should suffice. Between scrambling to stay out of the way of Nero's new toy, I found myself wondering about that card you used, Alpha. Care to explain? He's a bird, what do you want? Boasteth that it is but one of many tools at his disposal. Be not deceived by his appearance. Like all of Omega's creations, Alpha was chosen for his prowess in battle. Analysis complete. Results match revised projections. At this rate of improvement, you will fail to qualify as subjects of note. Midgar Somer, your parameters are notably inferior. Dost thou yet believe me the mighty worm I was in life? That incarnation perished long ago. My fate was sealed the moment I delivered my spawn unto this far-flung star. That they might be suffered to remain, I did offer up my life unto Heidelin, abiding thenceforth in spectral form, a servant to be summoned in her hour of need. Your account correlates with my records. It explains why I arrived on this planet, only to find that my journey's purpose was lost. Of necessity, my priority shifted to repairs even as I searched for a new target of sufficient strength. Yet I still do not understand why you aid these creatures. I should think the reason plain, but mayhap it is not so for a soulless machine such as thee. By thee and thine was my home laid waste. The sound of thee, thy very scent, visiteth upon me a tempest of rage. I but lend these mortals what little aid I can render. Illogical. If your purpose is to facilitate my destruction, it would require an entity more powerful than you are at your prime. Without the means to muster such might, your presence here is meaningless. The experiment continues. Alpha Group, your next opponent awaits you within the Sigmascape. Enter and commence the contest. Sigmascape. Let's go. That should do it. Our new base of operations is up and running. Now, what I'd really like to do is delve a little deeper into Omega's past, but as our dragon seems disinclined to indulge my curiosity, we had best focus on the task at hand. Let's get on with conquering the occupants of this Sigmascape, shall we? Before you cross the threshold, we should take a moment to discuss where we stand. That is the test world you need to conquer, the Sigmascape. Is that a mask or a face? The castle was certainly a surprise, but this is verging on disturbing. And we currently have no idea what it might signify. My first instinct is to dive straight into our analysis. Dive. The problem being that without a reference point from within the Sigmascape to start from, we'll have no way of knowing if we're even analyzing the correct data. Which means you'll just have to go in blind. Hardly the best way to enter into a fight, but needs must and all that. Are you up for the challenge? Can I ask you to join him, Alpha? You seem to be fine out here, but Fluffy will need your authorization if he's to do battle inside the test world. Am I ready? I don't know. Probably not. Keep your wits about you, Savior. Your next opponent could be almost anything. Quack. Sigma Scape 1. Oh yeah? Seek passage to the Prima Vista. Now, Ramza is gone? Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... I don't remember what happened to his son. Oh yeah, he got snatched. I'm sorry, Genomus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Odious. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Well, certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Vivalasian legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo. Ramza, dead? You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Aura. I did not say he was dead, my lord Delita, merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Auracite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivilis. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me, we ride for Orboln. My lord, wait. Majora Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the Church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior of light, might stand against this threat. Yet, while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing, then? No, my lord. Ramza is my brother's final wish before he surrendered to the ether, was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe none but Oren returned from Arbonne. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Heidelin herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of his sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those who come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea. No, Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Heidelin, and for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice, and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait, Ramza, don't leave me, please, I beg of you. You will make a fine and just king, Lilita. So, you do not stray from that. See, you do not stray from that path. Reading is hard. Ramza. The stones in these two necklaces. You are certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza. 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Oren, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past, I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but, like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered, and truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Orin. Once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life... Oh, she's preggers. Luffy was the echo, wasn't it? The removal of Ramses' name from the history books, the derived papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Orin himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know that the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. What the High Seraph meant by blood of the invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve her as warriors of light. But then, why abduct Ramza, or even Alma, unless there is something you haven't been telling us? She was using us to lure Fluffy into his vessel High Seraph desires. Matron Teat! Alma, how long have you been awake? I've been a fool. I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General! It's all right, Boagi. My intention was to claim one of these Arasite in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine. I always say... You've every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orbon Monastery, and ask not in return, but that you'd let me join you in the rescue of Ramza. Wait, she said what when you were in the room? Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for it. Oh, the longer ears. Yeah. I do it for my people in both Gulmore and Ravenaster. People who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. Never trust the Hero of Light when they have longer ears. Facts. Storage node. So if you want to rewatch like the cinematic sequences, not cinematic, but whatever they are. New game plus, okay. Welcome back, Fluffy. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito, and you agreed to this? I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monitorist at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him, if I am to rule Ul'dah effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands, and prepare for his coming. Oh, whoop. She teleported me here. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help. You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira? Hmm?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I am glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor. together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more.
Oh.
To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in...
And we'll get back to you later, Lolorito. We're on a train. No, I didn't play 6. Located the correct data. Your opponent appears to be a train. Here it comes! What? A chicken man and a bunny man. I've heard of this phantom train. Ah. You kite the ghost into the purifying laser beams. That's cute. Kinda wanna be a chicken warrior. Eh. One day you'll grow up to be a chicken warrior too. It's a doom chimney. Doom. Whoa. What? I guess you're supposed to take the ghosts to somewhere? Somebody did not survive their ghost. Maybe he didn't take a ghost in time. Bum 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 bum. Eh. Bum 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 bum. Hell yeah, ghost train. Seeing them in battle does kind of make me want to go back and grind the reps with costumes, the like super rep or whatever, you know. Traveler from afar, thank you for Dome. Eh. Is Doma a thing from 6? Interesting. Thank the gods you're fast on your feet. When I first saw you'd be facing a train of all things, I assumed I was hallucinating. But with that oddness behind us, we can be fully certain we have the right set of data for the Sigmascape. From what we've been able to determine, this is a recreation of a devastated world. Unfortunately, we have not found any clues as to its origin. We came across several familiar terms, Doma included, but the arc of history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which could be fictional or even other dimensional, we can only guess at the source upon which the Sigmascape is based. But if it was fictional, it seems safe to assume that the author had a bad experience with a train. Great. I expect you're still recovering from your last fight, but we should probably go over the details of your next opponent all the same. According to our research, you'll be pitted against a foe known as Chatternook. Not a train this time, but some manner of animated painting. To be perfectly clear, the name refers more to the evil spirit that's taken up residence within the painting, but the picture part will be key to our strategy. To that end, Nero has thrown together a little something I thought might be useful. Thrown together, he says. You know how difficult it was to translate your abstract fancy into an actual tool with practical applications. What you demanded was nothing less than a miracle, and a miracle I have delivered. I seem to recall you insisting on constructing it yourself. Still, credit where credit's due. Well done. History will appreciate my genius. Ahem. To you I present the fruits of my labor, the Chocobo brush. I won't confuse you by trying to explain how it works, but suffice it to say that I have adapted the tool to combat the particular nature of your rival. Put simply, you will be able to directly influence the space around you by painting pictures. Naturally, this process will require paint. As for the color, subject, and efficacy of your masterpieces, well, that shall depend entirely upon your own artistic sense. Now, back to you, Garland. Do you notice the absence of a steaming cup in my hand? If you truly valued the efforts of your colleagues, you might consider filling the bloody kettle from time to time. Or is that another task his lordship the chief can't accomplish without the help of his subordinates? Now listen here, Nero. I apologize for the damn kettle. This has nothing to do with my upbringing. Next to the kettle is one of Alpha's cards, its face illustrated with a depiction of spring water. Quack? Quack quack! Alpha appears to keen to begin the next encounter. You may enter Sigmascape 2 whenever you are ready. Why did it talk to me about the kettle real quick? Okay. It's just giving me some lore, I guess. He's trying to fill the kettle. Okay, I have to leave here before I can teleport. When I'm done just story grinding the shit, I mean, what I'm doing right now, I guess, isn't technically story grinding. But I made a rule for myself. I will do blue quests. And I will do them. But anyways. When I'm done with that. And the stuff I'm doing in this game. are less necessarily time consuming. I'm probably going to have a day or two a week where I schedule just playing some classic game or another. Could add Final Fantasy VI to that. Go fight some trains.
A personal summons from the Scions. You have made your point. 'Tis indeed. There would.
Nay, that is.
By all means, I must.
But this plan.
Ah, 'twould. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Baltari. I think Alagiri is the first city at the wall, right? Maybe? None of these mean anything to me.
Yes, Quarry Town certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were it situated anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my humble opinion.
Give me your salt.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck, then.
Fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Fluffy. Could not have done it without you. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. Alamigan Quarter. Fluffy, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So, Raban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell us something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Fluffy? I might need you to fill in the details. I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss further figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. What manner of mischief brings you youngins to Old Wat this time, eh? You want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad? Fluffy, tell him about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin on the hand, or the hands to put the place back to how it was. It sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. Being used to send soldiers to call the buggers. The Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take part. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whiskar. My lad, truly I would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Fluffy? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Right then, Fluffy, I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do and we'll see how well I get on. Search for yabbies. Oop. For the weak point? Does it have a weak point? What am I looking for? I just keep pressing buttons till it dies. This is a cool environment. This is what a harpy looks like in this game. Whoa. My shit is filled up. Guess I can get rid of the Delta stuff. Oh. I see you. Oh, I didn't know there was a donation. Oh, I see. Nope, that didn't work. Show them your hole. So it's an individual thing, not a group thing. That's what I am gathering from that experience. Or it is a group thing, and that's what it looks like when you succeed. I don't know. Wait, you're supposed to show the opening, or you're not supposed to show the opening? Seems like you're supposed to show it based on what everybody's done. Okay. There's one dead man back there.
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
There's a button for this fight. I can't see what's happening at all. It's just a color soup.
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final.
Is there something I'm supposed to do? Oh.
Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold. Like death, and death alone!
Oh, I see. The sword is what breaks the prisms. Yeah. Gaze deep into the light.
Ruination has come! I leave you now to your quest. Amelia awaits.
Ah, pirate plunder. I kind of want to switch back to using a controller. What's up with these circles? Oh, it's just dudes.
Your coming was foretold, servant of humans. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sinolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here.
Yeah.
Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the scale. They who dwell aloft have spoken. Empty soul. Ruination is come. Cannot defend the weakest of these. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain. Find my defenses quite weak.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power? That which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered. You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens. Kneel before me. Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon. Kneel before me. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon.
Oops. Killer.
Death awaits defiance. Bear your steel. Singer of the light of life, rising to the heavens in a closing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone. You cannot intervene. I am the only god.
Spinny, spinny, spinny. Another phase. Wow. The air has grown stagnant, preventing my actions. Oop, yeah, I took the wrong direction.
I see it now. In you.
Orb one to pick.
Your mother. I am your maker. I am Ivalice. Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be forever lost.
I got an Ultima. He's awake, Kupo. Is it truly him? Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid. You have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You achieved what I could not. And you, bearer of my blood and the blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. What? Does this man use a modern rifle? Sacrifice has finally been given meaning. Some chocobos. Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom. We may finally rest. Okay. I don't remember anything that happens in that game. You are the true heroes of this story. Dalita, how I have missed you, old friend. Forgive me, Ramsa. You deserve better than what history gave you. I could have done more. I am truly sorry. These countless centuries did I long for the day that we might meet once again, and now that time has finally come. Heidelin beckons us both. Is this actually like a world sequel to Tactics? Eorzea and all the different countries and all that? I mean, maybe it was called different things. But like the Umbral eras and whatever. Well, that's why it's a world sequel, not just a sequel. So it doesn't have to have anything to do with the story. I feel like I would have heard people mention it if it was a world sequel, though, so. I'm so sorry, Ramza. Alma, I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life. All the while, you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father? is all right. We are still here, are we not? Sure, I was just being... Usually, if it's actual characters, they're not from this dimension or whatever. We triumphed. Proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramza existed. And Oran Durai. Some. No, my son, we needn't burden ourselves further. But father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain. And we will not. It's simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ramza the Forgotten Hero and his chronicler Oran Durai smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, without whom the young noble would have surely perished. Is that what you truly want, Father? For the story to end? It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delita and Orin envisioned the Virgo as a beacon which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom. They were right, and just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, Fluffy McGee. But thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and his adventures across the 3 great continents. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. Fluffy has enough battles under his belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4. Would you stop doing that, Sid? And his tale is far from over, isn't it? Get it? 'Cause it's the 3rd expansion. Or the 3rd story block, whatever. Guess the first one doesn't count as an expansion. Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone. Yes, Principal. Why do they have all those actors if he's just going to use nepotism? Lights, music. There will be no more mistakes. Mother, crystal clear, Kupo. They're going to perform the new final act. Begin. Whatever will we do? The church has branded us heretics. Shall embark on a journey. A journey together. Together? Together. The crystal's call has been answered and evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin. Free? But how? By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. And unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. In sword etched he his fading memories. In stone he tempered his skill. By sword attested, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told. Bravo, bravo, you both were wonderful. I'm inclined to agree with the Lady Neurila's sentiments, but there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top. Boom. Again, I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kupo. It is in my contract. Oh, hush, brother, before Genomus has us back to polishing boot buckles again. Ha, 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 ha. So funny. They don't have rights. Or something. I don't know. I don't get the joke. Meanwhile, in the clockwork city of Goog. Good old Goog. Well, sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. Why are we looking at this fella in his... I don't know. I don't even know what that outfit would be good for. Party, clubbing, I guess. A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus, wouldn't you all agree? Okay. So it's not officially the Rabanastre and the Ivalice from Tactics. But it is basically a parallel Tactics that just happens here. Does she want me to leave again? Is that what's happening here? thought I recognized those guys. That species is from the Tactics. Well, wasn't that an adventure, Fluffy? It is sad to think we must soon part ways, what with all we've been through these past few moons. Yeah. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Genomus has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kukane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he has already received petitions from hundreds of Geico and Gainen to join the company. Then there is the matter of my assignment. You'll be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an expose when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. I'll write an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a while longer, at the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell. Alright. Have yourself a good time, I guess. Bum, bum, bum. Oh. Cool. Done with that. Whoa. Wait, Cygnus? Oh, yeah. That was so fast. Ah, what a splendid atelier. Look around you, hero. Plenty of things. Plenty of things. It's a ghostly woman. Ixion. Do I know what Ixion is? I mean, I clearly don't remember the name, but... Black paint, huh? Ah. World boss. Why is everybody stacked up like this? Bum, 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 bum. This man summoned a little piggy. Not really sure the implications of that. Whoops. How do I get off this thing? Oh, here we go. I need to hide behind this rock. Mateus. Dum-ba-dum. Okay. So you say it's on which one? Mateus. Alright, where do I go? Oh. Where my quest is. That's a fancy looking horse. Is it just a random drop or what? Similar to the Rathalos one. Just have to farm them a bit. How do I join the party? Party finder, huh? I don't even remember. I see. Salt Anita. We got 3 tanks. Is there anything I have to know? Or just stay out of red stuff? That's a lot of horses. Yeah. Oh, what the heck? Oh, interesting. I didn't even know I had that ability. Kind of cool though. Unbroken combo chains are better than starting a new combo chain. Guy has so much health. Guess it really wishes he could be in the group. I didn't even think about how you can summon chocobos here. Get 'em 2 scoops. Yeah, leveled up. What the hell happened to me? It's funny that my chocobo's still around. I guess maybe my toe was still in the circle. I don't know. I unlocked an achievement. So I got 6 Ixion horns. Oh, yeah. The chocobo bag is also very full. I guess I'll play on Mateus for a while. Welcome back, Fluffy. I was on the edge of my stool watching you attempt to paint whilst fighting, but you soon seemed to get the hang of it. Glad our makeshift solution worked as intended. Our makeshift solution worked as intended because I made it work. Painting is easy, as is intending. I feel I should remind you, however, that the brush was very specifically designed with that arena and that foe in mind. Against aught else, it will avail you precisely as well as any other brush. One moment. Aye, this is Garland. It's great news, and what? Oh, they did, do they? Understood. We'll meet them out there. That was Jesse. Apparently, Biggs and Wedge considered themselves well enough to pay us a visit. They're on their way to the yawn. Fancy a brief jaunt to the surface? No, thank you. I have data to analyze. Fine, just the 3 of us then. Chief, Fluffy, and Alpha too. I didn't mean to drag you all away from your work. Why'd you guys come out here in your freaking hospital gowns? Nonsense. After all you've been through, how could we not come running? Speaking of which, should you even be walking? The Shurgan will probably want to have words with us later, but we couldn't just lie back and let you have brave the rift on your own. To even have enough hands for that much work, who's taking care of all the little jobs? Ah yes, the little jobs. It does seem that you two have spoiled me. I only recently learned that the kettle does not, in fact, fill itself, but we're muddling along somehow. Nice. Congratulations. Fluffy has been a pillar of strength as always. Alpha has proven to be a stalwart companion, and Nero has been invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. As for the test subjects themselves, they're certainly formidable, but Omega's experiment hasn't broken us yet. So go home, heal, and don't come back until you've fully recovered. It's good to hear that everything's going well, but you call us the moment anything goes wrong. We'll be out here in a wink, even if we have to crawl. Listen to me, Alpha. That uniform you're wearing makes you an official employee of Garland Ironworks. That means you can call on us whenever you're in trouble, and that we can call on you. It means you're not alone. Biggs and I have to go away for a while, so I want you to look out for Fluffy and Chief for us, alright? Where? Oh, before I forget, we brought you something to put a spring in your step. Can't fight Omega's creations on field rations alone. Okay. Now, what have we... This next one seems strong. It exhibits no other notable traits. How dull. The true challenge is this fourth opponent. But if I can find the patterns hidden in the chaos, then knowledge and reason will prevail. For even the most random actions are products of an underlying logic. One has but to isolate the behavioral triggers. Pih. Bleh, tastes like salt water. Why would... I need to take a closer look at that card. Alpha groups show signs of recovering from recent trauma, initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels. Splurt. Alpha and the Chief have already gone back in, so don't let us keep you. Our colleague over there should be glad to help you make the descent as soon as you're ready. This dreadful experiment may have a way to go yet, but if you keep taking it one battle at a time, you'll be fighting Omega before you... it'll all be over before you know it. Back are you? We should... Gulp? We should return to the task at hand. Everything alright, Nero? You look a bit green around the gills. The kettle was full of salt water. Not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? Well, it wasn't my doing. Of course not. That would involve you filling it. Heave. The water came from Alpha, created by one of those cards of his. It's very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time I'd prefer a beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle support for this third battle on your own. I want to begin preparations for the fourth. Fair enough. Right, Fluffy. Your next foe is known simply as the Guardian. Unlike that ordeal with Chandernuk, this battle promises to be relatively straightforward. Courage and steel should be enough to win you the day. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Right then, Fluffy. Got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. I already talked to you about this. Yeah. What is your weakness? Your eyeball? Jugular? That fleshy bit on your neck? No idea what I'm looking for here. Hit him in the face. That's his weakness. Okay, the jaw, I guess. Apparently, this is what soft and vulnerable looks like. Looks like you found a yabby. They say hitting their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then. Wish me luck. But, thanks, Fluffy. I did just as he told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of popotos. Let's find something else. Wish I had popo toes. I think I can handle the Yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Bomb, bomb, bomb. Give him an eyeball. Oh, bad. Oh, bad. How do I defeat one of those? Within its brow. Really, really hard. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab it right between the eyes then. Can't pant. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move. I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Fluffy. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road? We should head back to the Saltery before Granddad starts to worry. I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchlings. Does the flag mean that the boss is here too? Or does that just mean that's where the boss happens? Or that means that's the mark you gave me. That's probably that last one. Right. See, you returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself. After a bit of instruction from Fluffy here. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. Fine young man you become, Whiskar. Fine young man indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. We need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot, things like getting the Saltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. Seems Whiskar has the Saltery security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt, and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden. Apologies for the interruption, sir, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. General Alden asks that you wait for him by the main gate in the Alamigan quarter. My apologies again, sir. Fare you well. It's funny in the city of Alamiga to have an Alamigan quarter. Like, I understand why it was called that during the occupation or whatever. That's just a funny thing to call it.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Alright. To the death with them. Always murder.
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre, and that is but one of their crimes. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
As is right.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland...
They even showed us the sprites. The Guardian will transition between a host of different combat programs, trying to keep track of which does what. Bum, bum, bum. Missiles. Very very slow missiles. Congratulations, old friend. Judging by the lack of smoking holes, I'd say you have a natural talent for avoiding laser beams, and this is what passes for a straightforward battle in here. Phantom trains, possessed pictures, and now this Magitech-like machine. Assuming it was real, the realm the Sigmascape is based on must have been highly advanced in both the arcane and the mechanical arts. 'Tis truly a pity we cannot identify the test world's origin. Imagine how much we might have learned from such a civilization had we encountered it under different circumstances. But now is not the time for such idle thoughts. The next battle will be the last for this world, and Nero should have a strategy to share with us by now. This is it, the final battle to conquer the Sigmascape. They did paint him like bruised. Put together a profile of your next opponent. You've encountered some fantastical foes in here. This time you'll have the novel experience of fighting an actual person. His name is Kefka, and he's a jester. According to the data, his preferred mode of fooling didn't just bring the house down, but the whole world. Apparently, he found comedy in the tragedies of others, and condemned countless thousands to death for his own amusement. That a jester should bring such misery is almost amusing. Nevertheless, we must treat this villain with all seriousness. His rise to godhood and subsequent rule over a shattered world is clearly documented in the records. Kefka is a formidable mage and a cunning one besides. Your tactics must account for both his power and his trickery. You've been working on a solution, yes? Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Have you ever known me to do anything by halves? A jester's face paint is a mask for his intent. If you only watch the surface, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, Kefka will seek to deceive you. Even as you predict his actions and adjust your position, his true attack will reveal the feint for what it was. This is where things become interesting. I have tuned this monitor to allow me to observe the Sigmascape with greatly enhanced clarity. If I observe the discrepancy between Kefka's behavior and the impending attack, I will endeavor to warn you. The timing will be critical, of course. How confident are you of this strategy? I predict a 50% chance of success. Any delay, however slight, in reacting to his feints will render my warnings all but pointless. Isn't it exciting? There is no safe way to practice this, hero. We must test our tactics on the field of battle. Afraid he's right. I'll lend you all the support I can from this side. Make what preparations you need and head into the Sigmascape. Can't let this jester have the last laugh. Embrace your destruction. It is the fate of all things. But people can always rebuild, and new lives will always be born. Fragmented conversation that accompanied Kefka's data. His was the first line, but there was no mention of who uttered the reply. In life there is always hope. How predictably forthright of you. I'm sure it was a hero much like yourself who gave the original response. Go on, champion. I tire of waiting for the fun to begin. Alpha's got his eyes on you, Nero. Watch yourself. Quack, 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 quack. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Where do I exchange these antique things? Hmm.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood, but it is no concern of you. We must speak of the men Arenvald and it.
By their uniforms, the captives were first. I dare say you remember Yu Hasi and Laurenti. Aye, well.
Well, now I can see the other
Well, it's in your
response.
hands.
Execution isn't the answer, man.
You would spare these animals. Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me. I bear a share of the blame for Ilbert's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamigan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Arnvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vira. These are Kalyana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lise is trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kalyana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Fluffy, you've dealt with these Kalyana before. I'd have you at my side. Yeah, they blame me for much death. Fluffy, Raban, gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Gervania home. This is truly your wish. You will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but we will not have our You will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. We have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Why do I have the feeling we've welcomed a viper into our midst? That sounds racist. Kind of a cool spear. Dress up Rauban. This Kalyana elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, Fluffy? The enthralled cannot be trusted. Mayhap even the enthralled can learn to compromise? I guess they probably can't be entrusted. I don't know. Said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation, and I strongly doubt the Kalyana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the scions? I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Fluffy. My thanks. I'll see you in the palace. Puppy time. Fluffy, I've brought reinforcements. Arnvald told me of the arrival of an unexpected guests, and I agree that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alisae's reports suggested that they shunned contact with other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? We'll figure that out later. Wield the greatest power in existence. You may as well be the dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence. that old school sound effect. Bum, 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 bum. Or have you? I lost? How can I lose? I just can't believe it. It's it, isn't it? He's won. This contest has been decided. Alpha Group is victorious. The Sigmascape test world will now be erased. Come on, we should go and find Fluffy. Nero? Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? You could say that. I had a visitor while you were attending your little Ironworks reunion. Mega. Damn it. I should never have left you alone. Not after what happened to Biggs and Wedge. As if I would trail along behind you like some sniveling lapdog. No, I chose to remain, and behold the results. This was my victory. It was my ingenuity that defeated these foes. Even your precious warrior of light was just another variable in my grand experiments. Alright, Nero, save your strength. I'll fetch Fluffy and Alpha, and then we can get out of here. Garland. The next round is yours. But you can't keep holding back. It's time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours, to do what must be done. I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega. You cannot preach freedom through technology and keep yourself locked up in chains. Another battle won. Thy might knoweth no bounds, child of man. Blip. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Fluffy McGee Orkson. Consistent with previous performances, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomena. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activity. I've taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuation in results, it is possible your limits are exceeded by an unpredictably high degree when engaged in battle. Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments may be compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential, unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction. Placing subject in mortal peril will facilitate the collection of desired data. Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. Precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt escape with every last reserve of strength you possess. Frog. Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Curious. 'Twould seem the circumstances of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. The seed which all mortals nurture is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of aeons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence, and judge that my guidance here is no longer needed. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I have reached beyond my strength at the last. But so be it. Such a death becometh thee not. Slumber shall I betake. To slumber shall I betake me for a time. The incarnation I leave with thee will be mine in form, but not in spirit. Midgar Somer, again your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel. Thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which by thine own admission defieth thine understanding is the very height of folly. Temper thy desire, trust to the results of thine experiments, and when thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seeketh is thine for the taking. Acknowledged. Attempt to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Love you. Alpha, I need your help. It's Nero. He's... It would seem we all have a tale to share, but not here. Come on, we're leaving. Sir, the chief has already departed for Rogger's Reach. Few of our people were on hand to help him transport Nero. Oh, and I was told to tell you that Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient, and by that she generally means now. Well, I was told you'd made it out of the hole, but nothing beats seeing you with my own two eyes. In case you're wondering, Nero was taken straight to the infirmary. The chief should be back soon with news if you don't mind waiting. Chief, how is he? Not good. It seems one of Omega's nastier minions paid him a visit in our absence. He's putting on a brave face, but having seen his injuries, I'm surprised he kept going for as long as he did. The surgeons confined him to bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us. Midgard Solmer is taking a lengthy nap now, isn't he? It won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again. When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder, and you'll need someone reliable at your back. Appreciate the offer, Jesse, and I may yet take you up on it when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do about what's happened, about what lies ahead. Wah. Poor thing, he seems worried. Thank you for trying to save me. Wah. I got a smile out of him. May not understand what he says, but I think he can understand how he feels. Let's get such a big shadow all of a sudden. Right, much as I'd like to stay and chat, we all have work to do. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face Omega itself. All seen what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure that we are. Ooh. You think I'm sleepy? Or sleepy? Good morrow, valued employee. Thank you always for your tireless efforts. As part of the Savage Initiative, we bring you Phase 2 of our Mending Melodies selection. Composition designed to rejuvenate both body and spirit. The song brings to mind a gentle sea, the ebb and flow of the tide of a rhythmic balm upon the exhaustion of your soul. As with our first installment, we sought the cooperation of the same illustrious minstrel. For this piece, it seems he has drawn inspiration from his recent visits to the Far East. Now close your eyes and float upon a calm ocean of music. Let your worries be carried away by the waves as they swell and recede, swell and recede. Clear your mind and allow new vistas to unfold. Hear, feel, and ponder their mysteries. Good timing, Fluffy. There's been another anomaly detected at the yawn. Assuming previous instances are anything to go by, this energy fluctuation is another of Omega's so-called invitations. If you don't mind waiting a moment or two, then we can discuss things with Master Garland. He should be here soon. The chief should be here by now. I bet my stock in the company, he's fiddling with that research data. Well, I suppose I should explain, even if the Chief might prefer me not to share. After your last run-in with Omega, Master Garland had some research notes smuggled in from the Empire, from Garlemald. The notes are part of Midas Nan Garland's legacy, who was, of course, the Chief's father and the Empire's preeminent engineer. An incident at Bozja Citadel. Do you know of it? I know of it. Suppose you would. Even outside the Empire, the tale was a famous one. Midas built a tower to harness Dalamud's power, and it brought annihilation upon the entire town in which it was built. That isn't the kind of event you can simply brush under the rug. As you can imagine, the job of sifting through the rubble afterwards was no pleasant task. Master Garland was slated to assume his father's position as head engineer, but this disaster, added to his opposition to the Empire's path of conquest, convinced him to abandon his homeland. The Chief has wanted nothing to do with the lunar transmitter, or the data used to create it, until now. I think he means to put that research to use in your conflict with Omega. In fact, given the time frame, there can be no other explanation. Listen to me, Fluffy. The Chief's genius is plagued by a great deal of apprehension. But even so, once he makes a decision, he doesn't do things by halves. When the time comes, he'll come through for us. You have to believe that. Sorry I'm late. I was a little too focused on my work and lost all sense of time. That's no excuse, Chief. What have I told you about being punctual to staff meetings? In any case, I've shared the situation at the Yawn with Fluffy here. Good. Then you know that Omega is likely ready to continue with its tests. Shall we go and knock on the door? But Chief, Biggs and Wedge aren't fit for fieldwork yet, and the surgeon given Nero strict orders to stay in bed. And what of Midgarstorm? Still taking his nap, is he? That leaves only you, Fluffy, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I joined the expedition. No, Jesse, I need your talents elsewhere. There's a half-built device in the workshop that I need you to finish putting together. I've drawn up the design and completed the core mechanisms. The final assembly should pose no problem for an engineer of your abilities. New device? Does this mean you use the... Whatever you say, Chief. I'll have it ready and waiting for you. Just be safe in there. Right, it's back to the rift for us. Let's finish these experiments and bring the fight to Omega itself. Alright. Oh, not on my homeworld. That's right. Ba-dum. Okay. I'm gonna call it for today. I'll see you later, laugh.